If you are very time to start.
Good morning. We're calling this meeting to order. This is Amador County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, August 13th, 2024. Would you please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic, nation, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Well, good morning. The board met in closed session this morning. Item 1, Conference of Labor Negotiators. Update was given. And item 2A, confidential minutes were approved. With that, we're going to move on to public matters not on the agenda, just discussion only. Any member of the public has an item they'd like to discuss that's not in the regular agenda, please come forward and have your 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, John Hopkins, General Services Director. I'm here to just briefly, I want to introduce our new county librarian, Alyssa Ramirez. Alyssa, come on up. Alyssa is, she started here in California and is a graduate of UC San Diego, where she got her bachelor's, then moved on to Boston, Massachusetts, where at Simmons University she obtained her master's, and then moved on to Libby, Montana. And so she applied, and she met the requirements, and out of all the candidates that we interviewed, she was number 1. So we've took her in, and here's Melissa.
Oh, welcome.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Nice to
Welcome aboard.
So if you have any questions about the library or anything, you know who to see. Wanted to have the public see who our new county librarian is as well. And there's that introduction.
Now, she just presented herself very well in interviews and seemed to have a good background, and I think would be a good fit, so we hope all works out good for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Where in Montana? Big city, little city?
By Montana standards, a medium city. Our county, by California standards, a very small city. I served Lincoln County, so I had branches in Libby, Eureka, and Troy, and the county is 20,000 people. So this is a pretty comfortable for me, being in a more rural area.
Yeah, we think, we hope you like it here. I believe you will, so.
Yeah, we're liking it so far.
Okay.
Even cooled down.
Thank God.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Good morning, members of the board.
Good morning.
Morning.
I won't take 3 minutes. The appropriate members of the board have a copy of the letter. I would just like to know, do I present it to a member of the board or to the clerk of the board?
To the clerk.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Butch. Any other members of the public? No Zoomers?
Not at this time.
Looking for approval agenda.
So move. Second.
Motion by Brown, second by Crew. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Agenda is approved, carries unanimous. Moving down, approval of items on the consent agenda.
I'll make that motion. Second.
A motion by Axe, second by Forrester. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimous. Moving down the regular agenda. Item 3A is a presentation by Senator Alvarado Gale of an award to Ty and Mary Polskamp for work they've done with their nonprofit Small Change for Big. Senator?
Well, Good blessed morning. Thank you so much for
Morning.
having me here today for this wonderful honor that we're giving to one of our local nonprofits. The Nonprofit of the Year recognition is an annual celebration in which legislators have the honor of selecting recipients that mean community, that are the staple and foundation of the communities in which we live. And so for Amador County, we received nominations from across the county and our district, which spans 13 counties, 21 cities, and 16 recognized tribal nations. Small Change for Big was designated as a 501c3 nonprofit in 2023. Small Change for Big started in 2017 out of Rosebud's Cafe, which we're all familiar with. This is where staff started collecting small change to help people in need right in their neighborhood. Small Change for Big collects that money in order to feed the hungry. And they also may provide tents, sleeping bags, bus passes, and other urgent, immediate needed supplies. Small Change for Big aims to respond to gaps in services and build our community of neighbors. The organization's work focuses on providing direct services to individuals in need. And I'd now like to invite Ty and Mary Polskamp to the front so I can be honored in being able to present them with this recognition. We can have the whole board, yes.
Sure.
Hi. Yes, hi, Mary. Good to see you. Yes, good to meet you. A different venue. Usually I'm enjoying my breakfast with you. So there's so many incredible nonprofit organizations across our district, but Small Change for Big has risen above and beyond with exceptional community impact, serving Amador County for many years. On behalf of the California Senate, I am very proud to honor Small Change for Big as Senate District 4's Nonprofit of the Year for Amador County. Thank you to Supervisor Frank Axe and our Sheriff Gary Redmond for nominating Small Change for Big and collaborating with my staff to bring this recognition forward. I want to thank you for being an inspiration to us all, for continuing to look after this community with wonderful, wholesome, healthy food with a lot of love in every recipe that you deliver. Thank you so much.
Photo op.
Good morning, folks.
Good morning.
First and foremost, thank you, Supervisor Axe and Sheriff Redmond for the nomination, and of course, the Senator for recognizing Small Change for Big. I would also like to say thank you to some wonderful organizations and nonprofits that we've worked with that allow us to do this kind of work. They inspire and motivate us. That would be Sierra Wind Wellness Center, the St. Vincent de Paul Society, the Foothill Conservancy, Interfaith Food Bank, Operation Care, Amador Arts, and of course our consumers who we have here today with us. The reward of this recognition is wonderful, but to see the connection that we're able to make when we offer folks some compassion is inspiring. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I have some bullet points that I'd like to read. Small change for big during the first COVID shutdown, while the long-standing St. Vincent de Paul Society community meals were suspended indefinitely. Small Change for Big partnered with Rosebud's Cafe to provide 2 nourishing meals weekly to anyone in need. Average service of 33, mostly unhoused residents in the Jackson area. Small Change for Big presented for adoption to the County Board of Supervisors the 2022 resolution recognizing December 1st, the longest night, as Homeless Persons Memorial Day. Small change for big, presented for adoption to the County Board of Supervisors the 2023 resolution recognizing December 21st, the longest night, as Homeless Persons Memorial Day. Small change for big also provides work-safe shoes and uniforms to individuals engaged with and/or returning to employment. Small change for big, coordinated partnership with Sutter Creek Elementary School's Kindness Club to assemble and disperse small change for big piggy banks. Would you like to share something like that, about that?
Yeah, so these piggy banks are gifts to you, gentlemen, and to the county staff if you'd like to enjoy this opportunity. My mother, who makes some amazing cookies at Rosebud's Cafe, has offered the perk of if you fill this piggy bank up and return it, you get your choice of one of our a free cookie for you. I'll say right now we're getting cornmeal from McCollum Hill, and those cornmeal cookies are amazing. But this little jar has a little message on it. Yeah, the stickers are on there. And you can, if you'd like, scan that QR code and make a donation directly to Small Change for Big online. But it's a fun way to keep your coins in a little pig. We decorate them. If you might notice, the jar looks familiar if you're an apple juice fan. It's a sustainable loop for us. We sell a lot of apple juice, and so we can turn those into piggy banks and send them home with excited customers and patrons around town, and continue to connect the dots between local small change and local needs. So many of us have gotten familiar with the Coinstar or other similar machines, but a good 12% comes out of that, right out of your pocket and away. So if you want to keep that 12% here in Amador County, putting your change to work with Small Change for Big means that we can come back and share with you the wins that you've helped harness without you having to do the direct service. So that's a lot of fun, and they're cute. They look like little pigs. So we would invite you to put your coins in there and drop them back by at the cafe if you'd like, or you could see us at the Big Day of Giving and event, and we could collect your coins at your piggy bank then. Is there anything else? Yeah, you go ahead, and then
I have some more bullet points. We also key partner in collaborative work to identify and address gaps in services faced by Amador County's most vulnerable residents. We provide routine visits to unhoused residents during periods of incarceration and critical infirmity. We coordinate with medical providers to fund the purchase of medically necessary supplies as needed. Small Change for Big regularly attends and participates in the monthly Amador County Homeless Task Force meetings. Small Change for Big provided navigation services to an 82-year-old individual living in their vehicle, resulting in needed medical services and safe housing. We attend and participate in county MDT meetings as needed when our consumers overlap. Excuse me. We facilitate navigation and referral support to individuals experiencing homelessness, resulting in expedited medical care, short and long-term housing, family reunification, higher education, and employment. We facilitate the collection and distribution of vital seasonal outdoor survival gear valued at upwards of $3,000 annually. Small Change for Big invites Interfaith Food Bank and local volunteers to join us in weekly partnership, facilitating the distribution of over 20 meal bags to unhoused citizens living without access to refrigeration for safe food storage or stoves for safe food preparation. We also augment support services for Attica shelter residents by facilitating creative funding resolutions for individual needs otherwise not covered by Medi-Cal, Medicare, or private insurance, including but not limited to eye exams and corrective lenses and unique one-time medical expenses. We also author and fund the publication of obituaries for Amador County residents who have died as a result of or while experiencing homelessness. And we host monthly Bowls and Souls suppers, where those experiencing homelessness are empowered to provide insight to the needs and challenges they are facing while enjoying a lovingly prepared, nutritious meal, along with Small Change for Big board members and volunteers.
Thank you. Thank you, Trixie and Mary and Senator Alvarado Gill for putting this presentation together. Again, my name is Ty Polskamp, and I'm one of the founding board members of Small Change for Big. And in closing, I just wanted to say a big thank you. This type of work has been such a blessing in my life. In the food service and hospitality business, when you learn the customer is always right, there can be some confusion there in wondering, but who will the customer be? And so it is quite a neat experience to get to serve folks from across the spectrum of humanity. People visiting on international tours, spending a great deal of money going to Tahoe and Yosemite and San Francisco and Jackson. And also folks who have come up here and gone to school here and finished high school here and found their way through life from eyes they received here and were never found their way away, but have invested their time and life energy here. And those have included ups and downs. And some days I will have a patron come in who has been a recipient of Small Change for Big, and they're not so down and they're up and they're able to treat their host house to breakfast or come back and make a donation to the jar. We've watched folks tie up loose ends, reconnect with family and leave, thinking months prior that that wasn't an option. Something goes a long way between a burger and some eye contact. A chance to plug your phone in, a place that you know you're allowed to be for a few minutes. And the transformation that I've been able to observe in people's lives as an individual has really blessed me, both as a customer service worker, being able to maybe be more friendly to the less pleasant folks because I have this really enriching opportunity at my fingertips. But also as a community organizer, I think every time that we interact with someone who is not ourselves, we are given the opportunity to stretch and learn and grow in ways that get us better to tomorrow. Mean that in that next conversation where someone's bringing something that we don't understand, we can use that resilience of not understanding something before and how we got through not understanding that feeling of not understanding. And that is really an interesting blessing as a leader, as an organizer, to have that reminder every day. Asking for what you need is not easy. It's hard to figure out what it is, and it's hard to articulate what it is, and then to figure out who you can ask. Those three, that's a big undertaking. So by providing a safe space for folks to come and say what they need, we might not be able to meet that need, but they're allowed to say it, and that makes a big difference. And so in closing, to do that, volunteers are a huge part of that, and we have had a lot of great support from, important members of our community. And I'd like to thank Jenny McVeigh, Cam Merzblack, JD Geedy, former Supervisor Lynn Morgan, and former Supervisor Louis Boitano. Without the support of these folks, this message would weaken because we wouldn't be so excited to share it with you. And so thank you for this honor today, and thanks for taking our piggy banks home and putting your coins in them. We look forward to putting that money to work right here in Jackson. In 2023, we closed out having provided 413 meals, and we've already provided 840 meals this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to comment on this item? Okay. Well, thank you. We're going to move on down to item 3B. It's a resolution proclaiming August 2024 as Child Support Awareness Month in Amador County.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kim Britt, and I am the Deputy Director with Central Sierra Child Support Agency. And with me here is our Executive Director, Julie Prado, who leads the way for our agency to provide financial support for families within the community. We're excited here to be with you today, and we thank you for allowing us the opportunity to share about our program, to help inform the members of the community on the services we provide and how we can assist families. The month of August is recognized nationwide as Child Support Awareness Month. This month is the perfect opportunity for us to highlight who we are, the services our agency provides, and recognize our hardworking staff. Central Sierra Child Support Agency operates under a JPA that provides child support services for families in Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Alpine counties. Currently, we're serving approximately 4,400 families within the 4 counties, with just over 1,000 families here in Amador County alone. And within our cases, we are currently providing services for nearly 10,000 children. Last year, we increased the amount of child support collected by 3%, totaling over $11.2 million, providing more money into the homes of families. Around $3 million of that stayed right here in the community of Amador. While we assist around 1,000 families, we know that there are many more families out there that are unaware of our services. Some of them are under the impression that we only assist some families, such as those who may be receiving public assistance, which is incorrect. Our services are available to everyone. We have offices in all 4 counties, with our main offices in Sonora and Jackson. We have a small staff of 28 employees that staff all 4 of our offices, as well as attend court and various outreach events throughout the counties. Not long ago, we had nearly double the amount of staff over the last several years and we have become more efficient and effective in the delivery of our services, while continuing to enhance customer service to meet the needs of the community in today's changing world. Central Sierra Child Support Agency receives 1/3 of its funding from the state and 2/3 from the federal government. We do not ask for any general funds from the counties. We have had the pleasure of hiring and onboarding many new staff over the last year. Our staff receive extensive ongoing training and are very knowledgeable in the child support program. Not only do they collect and distribute over $11 million in child support, but they also assist families in going to court, obtaining child support orders, filing various court documents, and making sure that medical support is available for children, as well as establishing paternity and parentage without any cost to the families. Something that many may not know is that our services are available to everyone: mothers, fathers, grandparents, or other caretakers who are needing child support services. Anyone can open a child support case by quickly and easily completing a request for services online by visiting our website at www.cscsa.org. You can also walk into any of our offices and request our services, or give us a call at 1-866-901-3212 and speak to a knowledgeable child support specialist who can help you with your questions. We're continuously looking for ways to educate the public on the services and benefits to the children for legally establishing paternity or parentage and assisting them through that process. You will find us out at different community events, sharing what we do and educating the community on the services available to them. In fact, we will be out at the tattoo removal clinic today with the Amador probation from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. right down the street at the probation office, along with other valuable community resources. We are here today asking that you proclaim August as Child Support Awareness Month, allowing the conversation and education about our program and the assistance provided to families to continue. I would like to thank Supervisor Brown and Supervisor Axe, who are both currently sitting on our board. We're very appreciative of your leadership and your support as we continue to serve families. We thank all of our board members for being a part of our mission to support family self-sufficiency and for helping us spread awareness of the child support program.
Any comments?
I just have one, Mr. Chair. We should hire you to figure out how to increase services by cutting your staff in half. We've got a job for you.
Definitely been an adventure, and we're not doing it. Right, always looking for ways that we can improve.
Well, it's certainly been a pleasure to be on the board, for almost the past 8 years, although I'll be leaving the Board of Supervisors at the end of this year, but it's been a pleasure and an honor to be associated with Central Sierra Child Support Agency. It's been probably one of the best run, organizations or agencies in the Mother Lode region, so I'm really pleased.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
I agree. You guys have done a wonderful job herding the cats, as we will say, keeping everything going. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
for your support.
That's pretty high compliment, so must be doing a good job, ladies.
Thank you.
I will say, the child support, I mean, it's, divorce is a horrible thing, but you see it, and some it's not even divorces, but, kids do need support. I will say sometimes, a lot of times the mothers need the help, or the fathers, generally some mothers. But sometimes you see situations like, gosh, okay, one of them is struggling to make their child support payments, and the other one's going out and buying jewelry, but that's something you can't control. But generally, I mean, the job you do overall is, really important, because, hey, kids need, support. It's pretty simple. So,
Yeah.
I'd like to thank you. Also, we have a resolution here, looking for a motion to pass it.
So move.
Second.
I think the motion was by Crew, and we're ready to second to Axe. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimous. Now we'll go ahead and read it, and then I'll come down and present it to you, ladies. We have here an Amador County Board of Supervisors resolution proclaiming August 2024 as a Child Support Awareness Month in Amador County. Whereas the vision of the Central Sierra Child Support Agency is partnering with families to create self-sufficiency, and whereas the professional staff of the Central Sierra Child Support Agency work diligently to fulfill this vision by partnering with families involved in more than 4,400 cases and collecting nearly $11 million in support last federal fiscal year. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency declares its commitment to having a meaningful impact on the families it serves. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency is engaged in educating its customers regarding their cases in the community regarding the services it provides. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency affirms the important role it plays in partnering with parents to support the well-being of children. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency encourages parents to be accountable for their children, providing them many opportunities to succeed. And whereas Child Support Awareness Month recognizes and acknowledges parents who work diligently to support their children to provide both emotional and financial stability. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency thanks its partners, agencies, and recognizes its child support professionals who strive to continuously improve their customer service and make a difference in the lives of children in our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved in order of the Board that the Board of Supervisors, County of Amador, State of California, does hereby designate the month of August 2024 to be declared Child Support Awareness Month in Amador County, and applauds the Central Sierra Child Support Agency for its continued service to families who are in our community. It was unanimously passed by the Board of Supervisors, 13th day of August 2024.
No elbowing in the background there.
Just can't get enough of you, Dana.
Okay. Moving on. Item 3C, this is UC Cooperative Extension. This is evaluating virtual fencing in Amador County to improve range management statewide.
Hi, members of the board, staff, community, both here in person and on Zoom. I'm Brian Allen. I'm an assistant specialist with the UC Cooperative Extension Office. I'm based here in Jackson, California, and I want to present to you some research work we've been doing on virtual fencing, which is a new technology that's kind of improving how we manage livestock out on rangeland. So this is an NRCS-funded project, and we're working with a bunch of people all throughout the UC, a lot of local advisors. So Scott Oneto, our farm advisor, Dan Macon, a livestock advisor, Jeff Stackhouse, another advisor up in Humboldt County, as well as a couple of professors at UC Davis, one for rangeland management and the other for in the animal science department. And we're also working with several local livestock producers. So a question I get a lot is, what is virtual fencing? And as we've been working with this technology, that question comes up less and less because it's becoming a little bit more familiar. But essentially, these are GPS-enabled collars that animals wear. Those collars can know where the animal is in real time, and they allow you to send instructions on where those animals should be contained on the landscape. And as an animal approaches that boundary, it will use sound and electrical pulses to try to contain that animal within that area. It's very similar to like invisible fences that people put on their dogs, except for there's no infrastructure out on the field, except for the collar the animal's wearing, as well as, in some cases, a GPS base station. So that's what this is showing here. The animal is wearing a big collar. That's one of the bigger collars that's available right now, and over time it's probably going to shrink. And then here is our GPS tower. So what that does is it detects cell signal and converts that into radio, and that communicates with the collar, and it sort of amplifies the signal so that you can get better coverage in areas with spottier cell signal. Slide, please. So once you have your animals and you put collars on them, you're going to go and turn them out into your field. You're going to go into your cell phone or computer, and you're going to see a Google map, and it's going to show where your animals are in real time, or at least in 10-minute intervals. You can then go and just literally draw a line on your computer and create a field around where you want your animals to be contained. And you hit send, and within 10 minutes to an hour, those instructions are going to go to the collar the animal is wearing, and it'll contain them within that region.
What is, you have to help me with the acronyms again.
Yeah, sure.
VF boundaries on a UI.
Oh, sorry. So VF is virtual fence. UI is your user interface. So that's your Google map. So if you go to your laptop, that's what you're going to be looking at.
How long do those collars run for?
So we don't know yet. A lot of them are solar powered, and so the battery life in them is constantly being recharged.
The collars?
The collars are. So
solar powered?
Yeah, if you go back, please, and one more slide. So right there, her collar, you can see a solar panel on either side. In some areas of the world, they're having issues where they don't get enough sunlight, but we're in California, and so we haven't had any issues with that.
The cattle that I see off of King James Ranch, they love to sit underneath the trees.
Yeah, so what I've done, whenever, I'll get into our trials later, but whenever we have a trial, I always hang a couple collars under the trees, and that helps me understand how much the GPS wobbles, but it also helps me understand how well it works if an animal really wants to be under the shade.
Okay.
There's been no issues with that.
I think the solar panels get broke, or they have some kind of real tough plastic over them.
Well, that's part of what we're testing. So far, they've held up. They claim the collars can last 7 to 10 years, but there's an asterisk there because they haven't been around for 7 to 10 years. So this kind of helps understand how the virtual fence boundaries work. So here's the animal. She's right outside of Sutter Creek on the Highway 49 bypass. she is very close to one of our boundaries. You can see her collar there. The way the technology works is as an animal gets to that boundary, the collar is first going to make an audio cue, so a high-pitched beep, and the animals instinctively don't like it. The minute you put the collars on and they experience that, almost for the first time, they understand that they'll naturally kind of turn away from it, and they'll go back to where you want them to be. It's just a natural response. And over time, the animal learns to respond to that almost every single time. If they don't, if they either keep going or if a certain amount of time passes, the collar then emits a shock. And so the collars have chains on them, and that's what delivers the shock to the animal. And so this is a video. We'll find out if the audio works, but these, yeah, here, go ahead and play it. So these are animals that are just discovering a new virtual fence boundary. And the white one right there, she just got an audio cue. That's actually a he. And they all turned away instinctively and they went back into the area that we want them to be. Slide, please.
You know, does it affect her ability to graze at all?
Well, yeah, in positive ways, in the sense that we can control where we want them.
As far as them actually eating, does it seem to have make any difference?
No, not that I can tell.
They're just a little bit larger, I wonder, just 'cause, you know, they're always moving and the collars are.
The collars are moving?
Yeah. No, I mean, as far as animals are always, where they're grazing, they're always moving and banging on them, and I didn't know if that.
Oh, yeah. So this company in particular, their collars are really big. Other ones are more the size of a standard cowbell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do the cows, they learn where the new boundaries are and adapt
Yeah.
and remember, or do they just like repeat the same thing every day?
I'll show you a video in just a second about that. But these animals were ones that we just turned out, and that video was taken as they were figuring out where that boundary was, and they walked right up to it. The collar told them where it was, and they responded. And so, yeah, you can go ahead to the next slide, please. So these are 3 different maps of the same area. The white boundary is a barbed wire fence, and you can see that orange line going across at like the bottom quarter. That's going to be our virtual fence boundary. And so these represent 2 groups of cows. So we had steers that we trained first, and then heifers. And then the one on the far right are just collars that we hang in the field to see how accurate that GPS is. You can see it definitely wobbles over time, but most of the time, 90% of those little pings are going to be within about 20 feet of where they actually are hanging.
Looks like the heifers behaved better than the steers.
So they did, but when we looked at the data, they actually got more shocks. But so
Who got more shocked?
the heifers did. But you can see, so the steers on day 1 and day 2, they left the boundary and they hung out for a little bit, and then they went back in. And then the heifers, none of these animals had any experience with the technology before this, and from day 1, they figured out that boundary meant to stay where they were supposed to be.
How long did the steers go outside the boundary for?
Maybe 4 or 5 hours.
Would they keep getting shocked, or is it only just for a certain area, certain distance?
So the collars are programmed to time out. If the animal keeps going, it knows it's not going to do any job containing them, and so it just shuts off in order to maintain animal welfare. The cool thing is as they leave and that collar turns off, the virtual fence is what they call a one-way gate. So it'll try to contain them as they leave, but if they're out of bounds, they'll have no penalty if they come back to rejoin the herd. Next slide, please. So this is going to be a video. What's really cool is the animals don't seem to remember where that virtual fence line is once you turn it off. So it kind of gives you flexibility. You can recreate lines as you want. This video, right where they're walking now, is where a boundary was 30 minutes before this. And you can see they have no hesitation towards following the side by side. But they're also probably enticed by hay or something. And this seems to be the case whenever we've worked with animals. Just as soon as you drop that line, they have no concept that there was something there before.
Was the line, is it like some kind of a wire or?
No. So there's nothing out on the landscape.
So how do you broadcast like a straight line?
So you go on your computer and you draw a box wherever you want them to be. And the collar knows the animal's GPS location.
Okay, right. Okay. So it's all What happens if your satellites go out or something?
I know that could be a concern this year, especially. That hasn't happened. What the limitation is right now is if you need that tower is a weak point, and that if anything goes wrong with that, you lose the ability to send instructions and to know where your animals are. And so a lot of people, I've heard independently the analogy of this technology is in the bag phone stage. So if you remember old original cell phones, they weren't very reliable. As this moves into the iPhone stage, I think they're going to get away from that base station because that is sort of a linchpin or the weak link, and every single caller is going to be its own unit. It's probably going to be satellite-based, but at the moment it's all cell-based. Next slide, please. Okay, so another really cool thing is every once in a while we'll put a collar on and it's a little too loose and it'll slide off the animal's head. With this, you can go on your phone and you'll see exactly where that collar is and go out into the field and pick it up and you'll get it back. So you don't lose any money, you just learn lessons on how to put the collar on better next time. So this has happened maybe 2 times since we've been playing with this, and it's always nice to get them back. A few things about animal welfare. So the first study that's listed up here, it talks about how in order for this technology to work, an animal has to know that it can control stress in its environment. And so in this case, an animal has to know that if it's getting an audio beep or a shock, it can turn away and it'll take that stress away. Any animal that can't figure that out would not be a good fit for this technology. So far we haven't seen that, but there's always one crazy cow, and I'm sure we'll come across it. The other 2 studies, it's okay, you can see here. The other 2 studies just look at animal cortisol levels in relation to electrical fences and physical barbed wire fences, and that as you initially start the training period, which lasts anywhere from 4 days to a week, their cortisol levels go up because they're getting shocked and they're understanding what that means. But over time, that goes down to normal baseline levels. Next slide, please. So what this is showing is these are about 40 animals that we've been using in the trial, and it's about a 1-month period. And it's showing the percentage of time the animal is getting an audio cue versus an electrical shock. And so in this initial period of training, you'll see about 70 to 75% of the time the audio cue is enough, but about a quarter of the time they're getting shocked, and that's what's containing them. As time goes on, that shock goes down to about 2 to 5% of the time. And most of the time they're going to hear a beep, they're going to know what that means, and they're going to go back to where you want them to. There's a few resources that are being developed now for ranchers who are interested in this technology. First, I guess first thing is these are all the companies that are available right now. Vents has been the one, it's made in America and it's been the most distributed so far, but other ones like Gallagher and No Fence are really entering the US a lot as of this year. And other ones like Halter and Corral are being kind of in-developed and also entering the United States. So it's an area where I think there's going to be a lot of competition between those companies, and then it's going to be a lot of incentive for them to really refine the product. This goes into a little bit of information. So here it's going to show the collar cost. So most of these companies, you're buying the collar outright, and so it's usually $250 to $300 per collar. Some have a leasing structure where you're going to pay a lower fee, but you're going to be paying that every year. They almost all have some sort of small subscription fee in order to see the data on your computer for each collar. Currently, they all use cell reception, and most of them use solar panels to keep recharging the batteries.
So if there's no cell reception, you can't use them?
Not necessarily. You can go into areas where it's very spotty, and usually the collars are going to perform. If there's, yeah, you're right. If there's no cell reception at all, currently it's not going to be effective, unless you load the instructions on the collars before you take the animals to that area. The collars do continue to work if they lose cell reception. So if you're up in a steep canyon somewhere and it goes into a shadow, it will remember the instructions that you sent to it, and the collar itself will still contain the animal. And you just won't be able to turn that fence off until she comes back into the reception.
Okay, so if you pre-program something before you go in the area and no reception, it would work whatever you program.
Yes, yep. The other big fee right now is that the GPS tower that I showed you, it's anywhere between $10,000 to $5,000 if it's needed, which is a big cost. And over time, we're hoping that it just goes away entirely.
How much of a shock is it? Is it similar to like a hot shot that they would get?
It's enough to knock you on your butt, yeah. So
You don't, if you're running this, you don't want to be carrying one of those and forget about the virtual fence then, right?
right. So we have one rancher who wanted to know, because she said, if I'm going to put this on my cow, I want to know how it's going to work. And she held it, walked to the line, and she ended up on her butt. So it's similar to a hot shot. It's not I don't think it's an excessive shock, but it's enough to where they notice it.
The only question I'd have is, then did she decide not to use them?
No, she uses them. She uses them all. I'll get into that in just a second here.
And it was an exercise in, I don't know what you'd call it, but anyway, I'll leave it at that.
So this gives an idea of what it would cost for year one if you were to buy the system. It's a little cut off, but
yeah, it is. I can't quite see the numbers on the left.
So in general, it's probably going to cost you $20,000 to $30,000 if you have about 50 to 70 animals. And that's your upfront cost to buy the technology. Go to the next slide, please. So, and then every year you're going to have some recurring costs that probably are going to be in that $3,000 range.
How does that cost compare to if you were using just regular electric fence?
Regular electric fence would, so I think the real question is how much is it compared to barbed wire fence? Because that's what most people are going to be using, and they're going to be spending either.
No, because a lot of people, they separate their fields with that electric fence.
Yes.
Just one strip of it, and that's enough most of the time to keep the cattle from going through.
Yeah, I think the real advantage is how fast it is to implement this. You don't have to go put in T-posts, you don't have to buy that infrastructure. And I'll get into other areas where you really do start seeing cost savings.
So what's the annual recurring cost? Is it 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, or?
Yes, so they're in thousands of dollars.
Okay.
That top line is $7,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I was asking. So what, 7, 8, 9, 10, is that how it goes?
Yeah, so most of the time, and then these are number of cattle. So for most of the ranchers around here, it's
okay, starts from 0 and goes up to 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So there are a few funding opportunities that are being developed, either through the NRCS or the State Water Board. The one that's currently, I think, ready to go is through the Fish and Wildlife Service. The way this would work is you'd enter into some sort of a conservation plan with them, either to graze some sort of weed or exclude animals from a sensitive area. These funds can be used for purchases that can be made during the project period. So they can't be used to purchase collars because those would extend past the life of the project. But for those annual recurring costs, it could be used for those. So does it work? So next slide, please. So this is feedback that comes from that same rancher. And she's been playing with this technology for quite a while now. So perhaps one of the best incentives of this is not necessarily to contain animals, but to know where your animals are. You know, down on a lot of ranches down here in the foothills, they're going to be several hundred acres. But for a lot of ranchers, when they go up to their summer pastures, which are many thousands of acres, the ability to know where your animals are in real time is a huge incentive. Just not only if they get out, a lot of times she's had them get out and she knows where they are before CHP does. Also, just if they go into areas where they would be really hard to track, she can go get them. There's times where they go into areas where she doesn't want them at all because they're going towards somebody else's property, and she can go and herd them up. Also, at the end of the season, my family raises cows in a similar area, and it can take us anywhere from 2 weeks to a month to get all of our cattle down. It took her 4 days to do that. And so there's a lot of cost savings there, just not only with fuel, but with other people's time. She jokes a lot that it's reduced the beer budget, and people don't like that, but otherwise, it's pretty good. The other benefit is she can rapidly change where that virtual fence perimeter is on our property, just very quickly, just from her phone. She has one neighbor's property near hers that's used for a wedding venue, and animals have gotten in there before, and they made a lot of damage. And so now she can actually put exclusion lines around that to prevent those animals from going in there again. As well, there's less fence to build and maintain, fewer miles to drive because they're not going up there as often. It allows them to play with rotational grazing, which has benefits for your pasture over time. She's really interested in animal behavior. You can sort of see what groups of animals hang out with each other all the time. And it also gives her more flexibility to leave because she can always just look on her phone and see what her animals are doing.
So you're not using it much on heifers then?
We do, yes.
But they're the problem child right now?
What do you mean by that?
Well, are they the ones that are more likely to go through the virtual fence?
So that training slide I showed you, those were all heifers. And so they did great. They really responded to it well. Some of the challenges that exist, again, that GPS tower is definitely a weak link. When you're up in the forested areas and the animals are in brush, they still need that cowbell to hear them because they could just be standing still and you might see where they are on your phone, but having that bell is really useful. We do run into software issues and hardware issues. There are times where you don't have an animal's location for 3 or 4 hours, and we don't know why that is, but over time that tends to all average out, and usually you know where she is every 30 minutes or so. That's okay. So, the other is we haven't had it happen yet, but if we are relying on a tower out in the forest somewhere, there's always the issue that it could be vandalized. There's a solar panel on it that could be stolen. So we're crossing our fingers that doesn't happen. And then as Supervisor Amador said, there are areas with poor cell reception, and this technology, it can still work in those areas, but it's just not as effective. Next slide, please. So now I want to just highlight some of the trials that we've done to sort of see how this can be used in our area for different types of management purposes. This is how we got started. So this is a huge 7,000-acre grazing allotment. It's actually on the El Dorado National Forest. Our rancher goes there every single summer, and you can see a black line going through the middle of it. That's the Caldor Fire burn scar. So during the Caldor Fire, she lost about 7 miles of fences, and she didn't really have a plan to go back up there because she had no way to contain the animals. But she learned about this technology. She was able to buy it. In this case, the Forest Service was very receptive, and they helped split the cost for it. And it let her go back up there the very next year. And so there's a lot of dots. Those are all the GPS locations throughout that grazing period. Ideally, they wanted to keep them south of that Caldor Fire burn scar, but they really were trying to contain them within the normal range. The thing I'll say is when they bid this job to rebuild that fence line, it came back as $350,000. And the contractor is like, if you actually want to build this on the National Forest, don't call me, call somebody else to do this job. So here she was able to spend about $30,000 and buy the technology. And it contained the animals about 90% of the time. So next slide. So this is going to be their locations throughout the grazing period, and this is one of the features you can get from the system. Can you hit play on that, please? So here you can see the whole herd as they go through about a 2-month grazing period. And you can see this per animal. It's really interesting. If you go in, you can watch where they're going day to day, especially if they get out, you can get a really good sense of where they are and where to go find them.
Is that just an echo on like there's one that was wading north of you, we'll say.
That was one that got out.
It got out, okay.
Can you go back one slide, please?
There's nothing like a cow going through, your neighborhood. That's always fun.
Yeah. Next slide, and then the next one after that. I know it's hard playing. So next, yeah. There we go. Sorry. So one of the first ones we did was during the summer of 2023. So the forest was interested in seeing if we could use this to exclude animals from areas that that have a sensitive plant growing in them. So next slide. So it's kind of hard to see, but we made a red line around that area, and there's a bunch of blue dots on there showing the animals' locations, and most of them go up to that line, but they don't cross it. Next, please. So here's a good example of two pair of cows that at 3 in the morning were in one area. They go up, hit that line, and then they get repelled by it and go back into where we want them. Next, please. Same story. So animals that are grazing, they're always kind of being repelled by that virtual fence line. And then next one. And then here's some troublemakers that go through it once, and then they go back and they decide to go through it one more time. Next, please. And then, but at the end of this trial, which is about a month and a half, there was essentially no livestock activity in that area. Next. The next one we did was right outside of Sutter Creek. This is a fallow field that hadn't been grazed in about 20 years. If you're familiar with Medusa head, it's a really nasty grass that can come into a site. It isn't grazed or preferred by the animals, and so it persists and it lays down and it can take over an area. So you can see a lot of pastures that look like they have a ton of grass up there, but the quality of that feed is very low. So we wanted to see if
it's a huge problem in the county.
it is, yes. So this area where it'd been building up for about 20 years, about 80% of the pasture was covered by it. And so we put 25 cows out on a 3-acre virtual fence enclosure for 8 days and just saw what they would do, if it would contain them, and if it did, what the results would be like. Next slide, please. And so you can see on the map, you can see that all of their blue dots, which is that 3-acre area that we contained them on, and it was about 95% effective. Some animals left. This was when they were calving, and it seemed like some wanted to go and calve on their own. And then over time, they would come and rejoin the herd. But it reduced the thatch from about 5,000 pounds per acre down to about 500, just through grazing and through trampling, just containing that in that really concentrated area.
What happened next year?
So we're going to be going back and reevaluating that. Actually, we just redid this experiment this last spring. So here we're targeting dead Medusa head thatch. This spring we targeted living Medusa head. There's a 2-week window where it is somewhat desirable. And if you go to the next slide, so that's what we did here. So here's all that green is new Medusa head just from that seed bank that's been there. So next slide. And you can see there's the virtual fence line where they really grazed it and they ate a lot of those seed heads from the new Medusa head that's growing. And it contained them almost perfectly.
Have you heard anything about there's some type of, it's a fungus or something like that they can put on, I think Medusa head's supposed to kill it.
On Medusa head, so it's a biological control.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know of it, but it wouldn't surprise me if that exists. But we were really happy with this. You can see it makes a really sharp line in your field, and it kind of shows how well the collars are at containing the animals. The next one we did was in June of this year. This is right outside the city of Sutter Creek. We wanted to see how well it would work to do kind of narrow fuel breaks along property lines. And so I don't know if you can see it, but there are 2 areas on that eastern and southern perimeter of this field where we contain the animals. Next slide, please. And so we had about 40 animals. We put them out there. I think it was about a 2-week grazing period. It's hard to see, but you can see there's definitely a line in the field where again, they hit that virtual fence line, it contains them, and it forces them to keep feeding along that perimeter. Next slide. So here's all of their locations throughout that window. It contained them about 99% of the time. They didn't graze as much as we liked. This was such a good year for forage because we got a lot of consistent rain towards the end of the spring that we had way more grass out there than we were expecting, but it still did a pretty good job. Originally we had about 4,000 pounds per acre and it dropped down to 1,500. We wanted to go lower, but these animals were pregnant and we needed to move them upslope to get to better forage and lower temperatures, and also to start our next trial. And so that's using this on Sierra Pacific Industries timberland. There's a brush out there known as deer brush, which is related to alfalfa. It grows really vigorously, especially after burns, but it grows on their timberland, and it's really nutritious for the cows, but it's not very desirable for growing timber. And so, next slide. So this is an area that they're currently grazing in right now. The white boundary is the barbed wire fence, and the orange boundary is the virtual fence boundary. And so we're containing them within that. If you click the next slide, you'll see, so here's their locations over this last week. So you can see it's containing them where we want them. The only trouble we've had is there are other cows that just have cowbells, and so they have no concept of that virtual fence line. And we've had some that come in and then they leave, and as they leave, they might draw a couple of our other cows with them. But other than that, it's worked really well. And then these are just a few of the future projects we have going on. So our animal behavioral biologist is looking at the collar data in relation to animals and how they interact with those virtual fences. So do some that are more curious interact with it more? Is it kind of uniform throughout the herd? Do you keep seeing the same animal leaving? And we're also interested in if we see any differences with the age of the animal and their ability to learn how to use the technology, and as well as respecting those virtual fence lines.
What about the breed of the animal?
Yeah, that's not something that we're doing right now, just because our herd is mostly Angus as well as a few mixes. But there's a wider network of people working with this technology throughout the United States, and that's going to be one of the questions to understand as we go on. We just got some collars for goats and sheep, and we put those on. This is very new, so we want to use them to try to target blackberries and other types of invasive weeds that we'd like to get rid of, similar to a lot of like contract grazers. So we'll be evaluating how well that works. Another experiment we have going on right now is trying to see if we can use these to protect plantations of native oak trees out on pasture lands. Cows kind of inadvertently tend to graze on young oak seedlings as they're coming up. And you can see oaks that are maybe 2 feet tall and they're probably 60 years old because they just keep getting browsed on. So we see this as an opportunity to put small plantations in there, put an exclusionary virtual fence around them, and let those trees establish for 10 to 15 years. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you.
It's very interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I had my questions as you went along, really. So, but yeah, I mean, it's something maybe in the future it might get even more reasonably priced and it might be used more.
Yep, that's the hope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dominic Marinos, Sutter Creek Fire. I wanted to just add on to this. I've talked to Brian over the last couple of years about this technology being used for fuel, not just for grazing and stuff, but fuel management, putting in fuel breaks around cities and areas and stuff like that. And I think this is something we really ought to explore as a county, where we can maybe do programs, maybe locally programs where we can help with maybe subscription services or things like that with these. If we can target areas, specific areas, where we can eat down a problem area. So example is we spend hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars on these fuel breaks, and then once they're done, they're left. This is a technology, once a fuel break's put in, where they actually do all the hard work, where we can basically maybe put virtual fences and start running cattle and goats in some of those areres at a reduced cost to maintain them. So that's just something, I think it's something else we can add into this, is just for the fuel management, fuel reduction.
You just brought up a question, I mean, I don't remember him stating it, but does it work on goats?
Yeah.
Okay, it does, that was the answer.
So there, again, this is something I think we sort of look at talking about. I've talked to Brian about doing actual double fencing where they do it on their property there in, Sutter Creek, where they put a fence and about 100 feet in, and they put another fence in, and they force cattle in those areas. Obviously, you have to put the infrastructure in, and then if you want to move it, you have to pull it up and move it. But with this technology, you can literally do that everywhere. You can go and say, I'm going to create a virtual fence here and create a 100-foot fire break right down alongside a road or something like that. So I think this is a great program. I think that we really ought to embrace and try to come up with future ways to help support ranchers and landowners in the county.
One thing I look at too, Dominic, is I look at Caltrans's right of way along these highways, and it's kind of like, ooh, boy.
It's a mess. It's a mess, yes. I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? No. Well, thank you, Brian.
Mr. Chairman, Dominic's comment reminded me that we forgot to do the addendum, the consent.
Oh. For some reason, I don't think I got that.
For AFPA, yeah, it didn't. Did the rest of the board get it?
I got it. I thought it was a regular agenda item, so was it on consent?
It was on consent, yeah.
Okay, can we,
approval of the AFPA.
can we put that on consent?
We need to revisit,
Yeah.
Or just approve it outright?
we can just approve it outright.
Okay.
Okay, we have an AFPA addendum. We'll just put that on regular agenda.
Chairman, do you want a copy of the addendum?
It's, I'll say, approval of Measure M distribution for fiscal year 2024, 2025. It was a consent agenda. Addendum was put on a regular agenda. And how about we put it, item 3CA, and we'll go ahead and approve it right now.
Okay.
Looking for a motion?
So moved.
Second?
You have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye? Well, excuse me. And all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries unanimous. Thank you, Frank.
Yep. I don't need it now.
Real quick, could I ask that the board send a copy of that to the auditors? Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, we will.
Thanks, Chief.
Continuing on, item 3D, this is Proposition 36, discussion and possible action relative to the chairman's signature on a letter of support for Proposition 36, the Homeless Drug Addiction and Theft Reduction Act.
I put this on, and we've already heard from our DA about this previously, but, this was addressed by the CSAC Administration and Justice Committee on July 31st, and the committee, although staff made a, recommendation for the committee to take a no position, the committee voted, better than 2-1 to support this. Now it will go on to the CSAC Executive Committee. My guess is they will tend to take a no position and make that recommendation to the CSAC Board of Directors, which meets at close to the end of this month. I think it's important. I can see why CSAC wants to do this. Part of it is their policy is to not take a position on any legislation or any proposition that makes new crimes to be enforced, but the committee felt strongly that we should support this. It amends aspects of Prop 47 to allow felony charges for possessing certain drugs and for thefts under $950, which are both currently chargeable only as misdemeanors, with 2 prior drug or 2 prior theft convictions as applicable. It allows defendants who plead guilty to felony drug possession and complete treatment to have charges dismissed, and increases sentences for other specified drug and theft crimes, among other changes. So, this is in response to what has happened because of Prop 47 with, the influx of people just walking into stores or breaking into stores and, stealing a lot of, merchandise. So, I would recommend that, we follow the committee's advice and take a position strongly in favor of Prop 36.
You know, Richard, did I hear you correctly? Did you say that CSAC normally doesn't take positions on legislation that
creates new crime, creates new penalties for crimes?
Really?
They kind of leave that up to the legislature, I guess. But
Well, it sounds like they're being chickens, but.
Well, this just shows, though, counties feel differently, and I would expect CSAC to take a no position on this at the end of the month. That's why I think it's up to individual counties to take a position, and part of CSAC's thing is you never want to make the governor angry. Well, I'm not going to say anything negative about our governor. He's got his good points and his bad points, but I don't mind making our governor angry on this one.
You know, I think some of those groups do that. I think they're kind of wrong. I mean, if they don't want to make the governor angry, then why even exist? I mean, they're there to.
Well, and part of it is all about the threat, and you've heard the threat he's made recently when he asked counties, when he told counties to clean up their homeless encampments, and he's making a big splash about that now. And some counties, specifically the most notable, LA County, said, no, we're not going to do that. And he's threatening to punish them by pulling funding back. Well, he can threaten us all he wants on things, but I think it's the right thing to do to take a position in support of Prop 36.
Yeah, I know it's pretty obvious something needs to be done. I mean, state's out of control with the whole thievery issue and related.
And if you read through the packet, it gives the opposing viewpoints to the district attorney's office out of Yolo County is taking the opposite stance on this, but overall the State District Attorneys Association is strongly in favor of this, and the DA from Sacramento County is very much in favor of it.
Any members of the public like to comment on this issue? Board members?
And I would move that our board take a position and have our chair sign a letter of support for Proposition 36.
Second. Motion by Forster, second by Axe. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You gonna write the letter?
Any opposed?
Yeah.
Yeah, you write the letter, Richard?
Yeah, it's pretty, I think there's a sample somewhere in here too, so.
Okay, moving down, item 3E, this review and possible approval of July 30th, 2024 Board of Supervisors special meeting minutes. Any changes, revisions?
No.
Nope.
No.
Looking for motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for the July 30th, 2024 Board of Supervisors special meeting.
Second.
Motion by Axe, second by Forster. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimous. Item 3F, this is waste management. Mr. Gardner, you gonna address us on this?
Morning, Jeff Gardner, Director of
Morning.
Solid Waste. I think I need some of those collars for my heavy equipment operators out there. This is finally our financing agreement. This is not the final copy you have here. It is actually the final copy, but there were some typos, which I corrected myself. They will be sending us an Adobe signable version if I don't have it already. But I made the corrections. They had Chuck Beatty as the CAO and some other stuff in there, so I corrected it on the version that you guys can see here. But the actual copy will be coming to us from them again. They got it signed last week. So, what this is we have the financing agreement and we have a resolution, which is called the closing resolution, which authorizes the county to enter into the financing agreement for the project. The rate on the loan is 1.7%.
It looks like that's a fixed rate, because I saw some language and they're talking about variable, but it appears to me it is a fixed rate.
No, we're locked in at 1.7.
I like that.
If we'd gotten in 2 years earlier, it would have been 0.5%. They dragged us out. But 1.7 is still great financing.
No, I remember you were trying to get there, but we couldn't, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that would have been a big difference. I mean, probably $600,000-700,000 difference.
Yeah, at least. We're still about half of what the USDA rate is, so we're still saving a bunch of money by going this route. There's an example, basically an example amortization schedule in the back based on the full $4.5 million that's been authorized by the board. I was in a construction meeting this morning. The construction cost on the waste unit is going to be significantly less. I just got the billing for cleaning out the pond. It was about 20% under budget, and so we are it's not going to come anywhere near the $4.5 million. I don't think it's going to go over $4 million actually, but they got a lot of math to do. We have had a couple of change orders that they still haven't figured out, and basically the way they do it is they bid the certain quantities at a certain price. They're moving dirt. They're just billing us at their moving dirt price currently, and they will go back and we'll recalculate everything, and they anticipate that they would like to come back and negotiate a little bit better price per yard based on the amount of equipment they've got out there and how much actual earth we removed from the equation.
Well, I could see that, because if you bring a lot of equipment in to mobilize and then you don't move as much dirt.
Yeah, I think we removed over 50% of what we had anticipated, so. So there should be some good savings there. But just in case, we want to do the resolution authorizing at least up to what the board approved. And anything up to that amount is eligible to be financed. That's all this resolution says. And there's an opinion letter from Greg in there that I updated in the back that was a statutory requirement by the board. And there's the financing agreement, and that's about it.
No Zoomers. Any members of the public like to comment on this issue?
People seem to be kind of confused over what's going on out there. I listed on Facebook, and everybody wants to know what's going on. Nobody can figure it out. Is there any way to get a message out besides the county website?
Well, there's a big sign out there that says right on the sign what's going on.
Yeah, but nobody's stopping. They're too busy going 60 miles an hour.
A woman from Comanche called me up right when it started, and I explained the whole thing to her. Nobody has tried to contact us directly. So is it on Facebook? I mean, I could try.
Yeah, there was one comment on there. It was a while back, but my concern is the misinformation. You got one guy who's always negative about everything in Jackson Valley, and he said, oh, the contractors are telling him there was stuff oozing out of there and really bad stuff. I can't believe that.
No, yeah. Actually, everything has gone amazingly well on this project, much better than we anticipated. And these guys, Ford Construction, I have nothing but great things to say about them. And they have really been doing a great job in there. In fact, they anticipate having the the rest of the cap put on by the end of this week.
Good.
So they're flying it today. They aren't moving anything today. They got one D6 or something up there pushing some stuff around, but, they're surveying it again today. And, as soon as they get the survey done, they'll do the final veg layer on the second half. And the only thing that'll be left is put the lines on, connect the rest of the wells back up, and hydroseed it. So, I mean, it's moving really fast.
So they're gonna get done, saving how much time do you think?
You know, they, on the weekly schedule, they keep saying that they have the 90 days left. They wanna, you know, give themselves all the time in the world, but I don't see this thing going past September.
They might be looking for other work.
Yeah, so, yeah, they told me apparently they were doing something down at Forward, the same thing happened, and they lost half the dirt they were supposed to move, so, I think you're gonna have some openings on their schedule.
What'd you say before, there was a 3-foot layer of clay down there, or ash?
3 foot layer of ash from the cogen plant, which was the authorized foundation layer from the board previously when they did the original cap on that thing.
Yeah, no, it's, I often think about when I was a kid, that a dump was a place you went and paid a couple bucks and threw off a load of garbage and hauled home half a pickup load of treasures, and garbage has become big business. Anyway, I'm looking for a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the CA or his designee to sign the installment sale agreement.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion by Brown and a second by Axe. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimous, and Mr. Gardner, you've been doing a real good job down there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We have public hearings at 10:30. Well, hey, we're just about there. So we'll take about a 5-minute break, come back at 10:30 with our public hearings. Thank you.
Go ahead. With who, you? Oh. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna give somebody a matching pair of. Whoever wants a matching pair of these. I gave him a donation.
finally have a project that's coming in budget that we're
Don't get used to it.
kinda, I don't know when they did the core, I think how they missed that 3-foot layer of that. And I'm,
Well, it depends on whether it was uniformly distributed over the whole. Don't- Yeah, or they have done it close to where the cracks were and things like that.
you would think so, but that's on top.
You didn't know. I mean, I can recognize her when I see her. Something to criticize you, unless we're threatening, but I can't really doing that. That's the wrong thing to do, because I don't know all the particulars. That's the first I've heard of it. So, every time I hear her, she's so kind of Democrat now. Okay. Never seen.
Take a look at it. Let's see.
Call this meeting back to order. We have 2 hearings scheduled for 10:30 this morning, so we're going to our public hearings. First one is item 4A, this is the Planning Department, consideration of Planning Commission's recommendation of zone change ZC-24, 6-2 to correct the zonings in the volcano community which are inconsistent with the land use designation adopted with 2016 general plan update. The change affects 11 parcels rezoned from the medium M manufacturing zoning district to the R1A residential single-family agricultural zoning district, and 1 parcel rezoned from M manufacturing zoning district to the MR mineral resource zoning district.
Ruslan Bratton with the Planning Department. You just essentially described the entire project. These parcels are inconsistent with their general plan land use designation and need to be changed. For the 11 parcels, the R1A zoning is the closest in the current compatibility, and the MR zoning is, because there's a mine on that property, so the R1A zoning wouldn't make sense. But yeah, if the board chooses to proceed with this, the first action should be a decision on the categorical exemption, the CEQA, and then make a decision on the, to approve the ordinance.
Bruceland, didn't we hear this particular topic like a month or two ago? Or was it
There was
different?
a separate piece of property kind of right in the midst of
That was on Charleston, kind of heading up the hill.
that was the Ketron rezone project. He just initiated.
But that's not this?
No, this,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. But this is similar to that, because it was like rezoning manufacturing to R1A.
That was, it was manufacturing to residential estates, but yeah.
Okay, that was it. Okay.
Susan, when we were going through the general plan advisory committee and had testimony and experts come about land use designations, they said to be careful of downzoning. This would be a downzoning, right?
It's more lateral, I think. The X zoning is incompatible with many general plan land use designations, so it needs to be.
That was what we discussed.
It's more of a cleanup than a down zone.
Okay.
Question on this, can you have housing under manufacturing?
No.
In other words, when they build a house there under manufacturing, they couldn't?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if you'll see any gold mines really being done, or you won't have pretty much manufacturing up there, because that would be part of having a mining operation there.
If they wanted to pursue with a mine, they could apply with a use permit, but, residential use wouldn't have been allowed otherwise.
You know, the manufacturing up there under that zoning, you could have like, because there's an old quarry up there too, where they took out like rhyolite.
I think that's the one that's proposed to be rezoned from M to MR.
Mm-hmm. Okay. One more question. It looks like also, now, is the BLM going to be involved in the open space of the BLM? Doesn't look like it's mentioned here, but there was talk about that.
So, in the staff report, present zoning, it should not include the USA. The USA zoning doesn't truly exist because we can't zone federal lands, so that portion of this project will not continue.
Okay. Well, I guess this time we'll open the public hearing for the public. No Zoomers?
You have to mail out to, property owners, and I didn't see any comments in here. Did you get any comments back?
We did, and I believe there were a few in attendance or for the planning commission. But yeah, the mailing was sent out to property owners.
If I recall, no one questioned it or, discussed it at the planning commission level?
Questions, I think, of as far as why and how come might have been brought up, but, this is something that we need to do.
There's been no complaints, yeah, from property owners that are affected?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Well, are you looking for a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Now, I guess you need to have a decision on adequacy of the CEQA documents.
We have to vote on that motion to close the public hearing.
Oh, thank you. A motion. Okay, we had a motion by Crew and second was by Axe.
Yes.
Close the public hearing, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimous.
Do you actually need a motion on the adequacy of CEQA?
Can't that be part of it?
You can do it together. Usually they're done separate, but.
Do it separate. I would, Make the motion to recognize the adequacy, the project is categorically exempt from CEQA per 15183A.
Second.
A motion by Forrester, second by Axe, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimous.
I'll make a motion that the board approve approve the requested zone changes from manufacturing to, was it R1A?
I just say requested zone changes and that covers.
Requested zone changes, okay, fine.
Yeah, there's 11 that are to R1A and one that's to environmental resource zoning district. I'll second.
Okay, got it.
I'll second that.
With the findings included.
With the findings included. Thanks, Greg.
Motion by Axe, Inglewood. Second by Forrester, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimous. Thank you, Rosalind. Next up, we have for a public hearing is 4B, is Surveying Department and request to hold a public hearing and adopt the resolution for the public utility easement abandonment as requested by Lynn McCullough, Kevin Silliman, and Brian Celine in relation to a boundary line adjustment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Roger that. Good morning.
Good morning. This is an abandonment of an easement to accommodate a lot line adjustment or a boundary line adjustment, as it's called, to accommodate the movement of a line that goes through one party's garage, and the other party was kind enough to let them adjust it. And it's just very straightforward. There's plenty of other easements that get people around those lots, and I didn't recommend that we do a substitute easement in this case.
Okay. And I'm sure all the neighbors are aware of it, probably affected parties.
They were noticed.
Okay.
Or basically, Roger, one party's giving up a sliver and the other party's getting a sliver.
Yes, it's an equal area exchange. But it's nice to see these go through without controversy from a neighbor.
No, it's nice seeing people work things out. What happens if they don't work it out?
They go to court.
Tear down the garage.
Yeah. There's usually an accommodation made by the Superior Court judge not to tear down the garage, and there's usually a monetary settlement. But I've seen them tear down garages.
Really?
Yeah. It depends on the judge.
Looking for a motion to close the public hearing?
Moved.
Second.
And a motion by Brown, second by, was it Axe or Forster? Forster. Second by Forster. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimous.
Move to adopt the resolution.
Need a second?
Second.
Motion by Forster, second by Crew. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimous. Thank you, Roger.
Thank you.
And we have some code enforcement items, but they will not be coming up till 11:30 a.m. And at 11:30 a.m. we'll take those items, and so we got about almost an hour, and then we'll take those items. Sorry about that, but that's how it is. Call this meeting back to order. And this is our public hearing, or actually regular agenda, time certain, 11:30 a.m. And this is code enforcement. The first item we'll be hearing is discussion of possible action regarding the findings of fact and law made by the Administrative Abatement Hearing Board on July 18, 2024, relative to illegal structures built without permits and improper sewage disposal from the illegally occupied shed. Subject property is located 8015 Tonzi Road, Ione, APN 011-040-034-000. Michelle?
Good morning, Board, or
Morning.
good afternoon, right? It's almost afternoon. Well, this is the matter of the Amador County Department Code Enforcement versus David Mark Allen and Delaney Lindsay McDonald. The parcel of real property on which the county code violations exist is located at 8015 Tonzi Road, Ione. The owners of the record for the subject property are David Mark Allen and Delaney Lindsay McDonald. On January 10th, 2024, county employees received complaints regarding this violation of occupied trailer, occupied shed, and unpermitted structures. Staff performed a site visit on the same date and confirmed the violations.
You know, question on that, if you don't mind. The complaint, was that by a member of the public or is that by a county employee?
Member of the public.
Okay, thank you.
Question for you, how close is this? Is it visible from the road?
This is not. No.
Well, how would a member of the public see that then?
Could be someone who visited, a neighbor.
Okay.
Let's see, I was on the 10th. So on January 11th, the county sent notices of violation from the building department for the occupied structure in violation of the building code, section 105, building without a permit, section 111.1, occupying uninhabitable structures, and 116.01 for unsafe structures and for unpermitted electrical. California Electrical Code, section 89.108.4.4, and for substandard buildings in violation of the Health and Safety Code, section 17920.3 by first class mail. The Environmental Health Department sent a notice of violation for the sewage contamination and no septic in violation of Amador County Municipal Code 14.12.140 and Amador County Municipal Code 14.1205 for on-site wastewater treatment system. On February 2nd, 2024, county sent a notice of proposed abatement of code violations to the owner and posted the same on the subject property. The notice referenced the above building code violations in addition to a violation for an unpermitted septic and occupied trailer. On March 19, 2024, county staff inspected the subject property and determined the violations were not remedied. On June 18, 2024 and July 3, 2024, county recorded a notice of violation on the subject property noting violations for unpermitted occupied shed, no approved septic, unpermitted electrical, and unlawful wood burning stove, and unsafe and unlawfully structures. As of date of this hearing, unpermitted structures remain on the subject property. The county sent notice of this hearing to the subject property as a meeting opportunity to be heard at these administrative abatement hearing proceedings as required by law. So based upon the evidence presented at the hearing packet, and the above referenced findings, the Administrative Abatement Hearing Board recommended the following for the Board of Supervisors. Adopt and approve the findings of the hearing board and declare the unpermitted shed and disposal of waste from the shed existing on the parcel of real property located at 8015 Tonzi Road, Ione, California, to be a nuisance. Order the property owner to abate the nuisance within 30 days by converting the occupied structure back to a 124 square foot shed, or obtain permits for the current size and obtain a demo permit to cap all plumbing and remove wood burning stove from said shed, and remove any contaminated soil from drainage area and dispose it properly. Order the owner to secure the second dwelling from occupancy by boarding up all windows and doors until the permit is obtained, and authorize code enforcement office to secure a bid to abate the nuisance if the owner fails to abate the nuisance within 30 days, and authorize county staff to obtain a court order to inspect the property for compliance and to abate the nuisance at the expense of the property owner, with the county to recover its cost of abatement, including administrative and investigative costs and attorney fees.
He said, according to your chronology, he said that he obtained permits, but upon checking, you found out he did not get any permits?
He actually obtained a permit for a third house. He has not obtained permits for any of the structures, so he has 2 carports. He's got a 100-foot by 30-foot garden steel structure, and then he's got a shed currently that they have electrical water, which is being disposed out of the back of it. And then they have a second home next to that, much larger, that is already basically built on the outside. It's in stud form in the inside.
And there's no permits are pulled for that?
Nope. None of that stuff has permits.
And the shed is larger than,
120 square feet, yes.
120 square feet, okay. Was notified of this hearing today.
About how big is that second home roughly? You've had to guess just.
If I had to guess, like 1,700 square feet.
Okay, so a full-size house, then, yeah.
Yeah. And I guess the third house, the original house, I guess, is gonna be closer to the roadway, because he has a concrete pad that he wants to pour there. I guess the goal is that's the main house, and then the greenhouse, the bigger house, would be the second house, and then the shed would be a shed.
Sounds like he just kind of got ahead of himself.
Talked about going to wastewater, is that was just gray water, not septic, not sewage?
I can't confirm if there's a toilet inside of there. He did say there's a shower, washing machine, but all that still hazardous water that shouldn't be, it should be going into a septic, and it's not. And he just, it's a pipe going straight out the back. So that's why we're asking the short time, because of the contamination of the ground there, and then also securing the other property so that they're not being used until he does get the proper permits.
Even a pipe greenhouse structure needs a permit, huh?
Yes, because of the size.
Okay.
It's the size of it. It's larger than 120 square feet.
I gotta confess my lack of knowledge, I didn't know greenhouses need a permit, so learned something. Well, I see members of public, is any of the other respondents here? I'd like to.
No, I don't see them.
Okay. Any members of the public like to comment on this issue?
Move to adopt the hearing board's findings and recommendations.
We have a motion by Forrester, second by Crew. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Supervisor Forrester, there's a order for administrative abatement for the board that I mean, that's is that the order, that's the document you were referring to in your packet?
Hearing board finding and recommendations, that was to adopt the order for administrative abatement, was it, or in the motion? I mean, the way it's stated in the recommendation, adopt the hearing board's findings and recommendations. So would that include the order for administrative abatement? Or does that have to be specifically spelled?
Well, I think the order for administrative abatement that's approved by the board includes adopting and approving the findings of the hearing board. So I think this is the one.
Okay, so in the recommendation, then in the future, we should say to adopt the order for administrative abatement of violation.
Yes, it
So
should.
that would be my motion then.
You want me to read this one then instead, the order, would that be easier?
Well, that's up to the board. The findings from the abatement board give the history.
Yeah.
But the board order for today is the short one, that it does incorporate the findings.
Yep.
So my motion would be then to adopt the order for administrative abatement of violations with the hearing board's findings. Okay, that work?
That works, although the number one of the order is,
Includes the hearing board's findings?
yes, it does.
Okay, so scratch the hearing board findings in. Just the order of abatement. That work with you, Pat?
Yes.
Okay, so with that motion clarified by Forster and second by Drew, I will ask for a revote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimous. Moving down to item, okay, our signature on this. Give me a second here. Actually, you know what I'll do is I'll just sign them all later and give them to you. Does that work? Moving down to item 5B, code enforcement, discussion of possible action regarding the findings of fact and law made by the Administrative Abatement Hearing Board on July 19th, 2024, relative to junk, trash, and inoperable vehicles at property located at 20592 Dunshee Road, Pine Grove, California, APN number 036 080 023 501.
This is the matter of Amador County Department Code Enforcement versus Joseph Castelli. The parcel of the real property which the county code violations exist is at 20592 Dunshee Road, Pine Grove. Owner of the record for the subject property is Joseph James Castelli. On October 5th, 2023, county employees received a complaint regarding an unlawful homeless encampment and unlawful junkyard with waste, debris, vehicles, and vehicle parts on the subject property. On October 17, 2023, and November 17, 2023, county employees did a site visit and confirmed the violations. On December 1st, 2023, the county provided a notice of proposed abatement of code violations to Matthew Castelli on site and also took photographs. The county also sent the notice to the owner. The final inspection was scheduled in the notice for January 19th, 2024. On January 19, 2024, code enforcement performed the inspection and confirmed that violations had not been remedied. Staff also took photos. On March 19, 2024, code enforcement performed the inspection and confirmed that the violations had not been remedied. Sorry, I did just repeat that one. So as of date of this hearing, the violations still exist on the subject property. The county did send a notice of hearing to the subject property owner to have a meaningful opportunity to be heard at these administrative abatement hearings proceedings required by law. Mr. Castelli is here. I do just want to add, since the hearing, I did talk with him. He has taken my offer to help him out with some of the vehicles. So we are in the process of taking care of those violations. So based upon the evidence presented at the hearing packet, and the above referenced findings, the Administrative Abatement Hearing Board recommends the Board of Supervisors adopt and approve the findings of the hearing board and declare the junk, debris, vehicles, vehicle parts, and waste existing on the parcel located at 2592 Dunshee Road, Pine Grove, to be a nuisance, as well as an unlawful junkyard in violation of County Code Section 19.48.130A and in violation of the county's Abandoned Vehicle Code, Chapter 1032. Order the property owner to abate the nuisance within 30 days. Authorize the Code Enforcement Office to secure a bid to abate the nuisance if the owner fails to abate the nuisance within the 30 days. and authorize county staff to obtain a court order to inspect the property for compliance and to abate the nuisance at the expense of the property owner with the county to recover its cost of abatement, including administrative and investigative costs and attorney fees.
Any board questions?
So, with this property, we're gonna move forward with abatement on some aspects of it, or are we still gonna give them time to have you help them remedy the situation?
So this is asking, the hearing board is recommending 30 days.
Okay,
Give them 30 days to comply, otherwise we move forward with abatement action.
okay,
I'm just letting you know, as far as the vehicles go, he's taken my offer to help with that.
yeah,
And still has to comply by the order to have either the vehicles operable or removed from the property of those that I don't help him with.
okay.
Is 30 days gonna be enough time?
At the hearing board, the reason why we said 30 days, because of the time frame that was given and that not much progress has been made. So it's kind of one of those things of, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen.
And I'd imagine even at 30 days, there's probably gonna be some overlap and lost time, and it'd probably be longer if we're really down.
Yeah, because as of right now, it's been well over 30 days since the time frame that he's had to still clean up as of now. But he's here, so he may be able to give an update of how much may be left. And
Yeah.
30 days may be enough.
Well, would Mr. Castillo, do you have anything to say, or any members of the public like to comment? And you're here and part of this matter, so like to talk, now's your time.
Here, you're gonna say your name.
Okay. Hi, I'm Joseph James Castelli, and pertaining to the property, I'm having issue with my neighbor doing some weird stuff with me. I have told the sheriff's department, this actually goes back like 6 years, even before that specific neighbor was with the previous neighbor trying to kill me. So this is the issue. I go outside, I can feel all this stuff on me. In fact, it feels like I'm being sodomized half the damn time. I can only put up with it for so long, and then I have to go back in. It's like mandating somebody to clean up something, but I'm physically unable to do it because he's torturing me.
Okay.
I haven't had any sheriff come out
he-
with any kind of empathy to even let me explain it to him. So it's like, it's getting to be, not even fair. So what I need to clean up the property, I'll try to muscle through his BS, but, if I could get a dumpster, that would be huge. If not, I'll have to figure out how to get one, because I have not worked in some time now because of this.
What type of work did you do, if you don't mind?
Union hand plumber, pipe fitter at a local 447.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's, basically, it's, it's, the administrative hearing board has said that you gotta clean the place up, and,
Last time you guys called, had code enforcement out, I had it cleaned up in 2 weeks, no problem. I
Mhm.
don't choose to live like this. I would love to get it cleaned up. I'm not trying to have conflict with the county at all. I do want to get it cleaned up, I just need a little bit of help.
I think she addressed that you said you'd help them some, like the vehicles and stuff like that, and, yeah. Okay. All right, well, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of the public like to address this issue? Take no Zoomers? Well,
Do we need a motion for this?
Sure do.
This time?
Now's time.
To adopt the, according to our council, order for administrative abatement of violations.
But I thought the recommendation was to give 30 days.
Well, that's in the.
That's in it.
That's in it? Okay, all right. So, I'll make a motion then to adopt the hearing board's recommendation, suggested action.
Need to order?
The order of abatement. Violations.
Recommendation.
Okay.
Yes. If the board adopts the order that's in your packet, then that includes approving and adopting the hearing board findings. So it should take care of all of it.
All right.
That's your motion?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion by Axe. And a second by,
I'll second.
second by Forster. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimous. Moving, and thank you, Mr. Castelli. And moving on down, item 5C, code enforcement. Discussion and possible action regarding the findings of fact and law made by the Administrative Hearing Board on July 18th, 2024, relative to junk and trash at property located at 17980 Timber Court, Pioneer. It's APN number 033-200-015.
It's a matter of Amador County Code Enforcement versus Kathleen D. Bontempo. Parcel of real property on which the county code violations exist is located at 17980 Timber Court, Pioneer. The owner of record for the subject property is Kathleen D. Bontempo. On December 6, 2023, county employees received a complaint of junk on the subject property. On December 6, 2023, county employees performed a site visit and confirmed the existence of the unauthorized junkyard as defined by 19.08360 of the county code on the subject property in violation of section 19.48130A. On December 7th, the county sent a notice of violation regarding the above referenced junkyard via first class and certified mail to the subject property. On January 26, 2024, county employees performed an inspection on the subject property and determined that the unauthorized junkyard continued to exist on the subject property. On February 22, 24, code enforcement officers mailed the owner a notice of proposed abatement of code violations and notice of intent to record a notice of violation by first class mail, a notice of order, the order to remove the unlawful junk and waste prior to April 3rd, 2024. On February 27, 2024, code enforcement office posted a notice of proposed abatement on the subject property and took photos of the violation. On April 3rd, 2024, code enforcement officer inspected the subject property and confirmed that the violation continued. Code enforcement officer did meet with the owner and granted additional time to remedy the violation until May 1st, 2024. On May 24th, 2024, code enforcement officer inspected the subject property and confirmed that the violation remained, in fact, had worsened. On June 18, 2024, county sent a notice of this hearing to the owner of the subject property, giving a meaningful opportunity to be heard at the administrative abatement hearing procedures as required by law. As to date, the owner has not remedied the junkyard and therefore is in violation of the code section. Based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and the hearing packet, the above referenced findings, the Administrative Abatement Hearing Board recommends to the Board of Supervisors to adopt and approve the findings of the hearing board and declare the junk existing on the parcel of the real property located at 17980 Timber Court, Pioneer, to be a nuisance. Order the property owner to abate the nuisance within 30 days. Authorize the Code Enforcement Office to secure a bid to abate the nuisance if the owner fails to abate the nuisance within 30 days. And authorize county staff to obtain a court order to inspect the property for compliance and to abate the nuisance at the expense of the property owner with the county to recover its cost of abatement, including administrative and investigative costs and attorney fees.
This one, we've, also gotten the sheriff involved and CHP on the vehicles that were blocking the court.
Yeah, they have a pretty good little accumulation up there, looks like. Any member of the public like to address this issue?
three major problems with what's going on there, because the first being,
Go ahead and say your name, please. I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry, Craig McAllister, next door neighbor to what's going on there. The main problem I have is fire hazard, because all this stuff is accumulating around their house. They're stuffing it underneath their decks. It's all over the place. And in that area, we definitely don't need any fires. So that was my main concern. My second main concern is, problem with the junk will collect rodents. And then once they start cleaning it up, if they ever do, would cause those rodents to go other places. And since I live next door, that's the main problem I have with them having all this collection of things over there. So then we're gonna have rodents. They did clean up their stuff off their vehicles off the street for a short time, but they are continuing to park on the street again. I evidently don't know what a driveway is, because it's just full of crap. Anyway, so, those are my three main concerns with this property owner. And, she did get the vehicles off the road for a while, but now she's back to doing it again, so. That's about it.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. Well, looks like it's pretty cut and dried, so.
Move to adopt the order for administrative abatement of violations.
Motion by Forrester, second by Crew, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It carries unanimous. Moving on down to item 5D, this is code enforcement discussion and possible action regarding the findings of fact and the law made by the Administrative Abatement Hearing Board on July 18, 2024 regarding junk, trash, and building violations existing on property located at 19074 Pine Drive East, Pioneer. That's APN 023-380-017.
In the matter of Amador County Code versus Stephen D. and Yolanda M. Campbell, parcel of real property on which the county code violations exist is located at 19074 Pine Drive East, Pioneer. Owner on record for the subject property is Stephen and Yolanda Campbell. On October 31st, 2023, Amador Abandoned Vehicle Service Authority and Amador County Planning Department, Environmental Health Department, and the Building Department received a complaint on junk, trash, occupied trailers, substandard structures, and inoperable and abandoned vehicles and vehicle parts on subject property. On November 2nd, 2023, county employees observed a number of code violations on the subject property, including unauthorized junkyard, as defined by 19.08360 of the county code, unsafe and unpermitted structures in violation of the California Building Code, section 1.8.4.1 and 105.1 and 110 and 110.1, 111, 111.1, 116, and 116.1. And in violation of Health and Safety Code, section 17920.3, and unlawful abandoned, wrecked, dismantled, or inoperable vehicles and vehicle parts in violation of County Code section 1032. And the employees took photos. On November 3rd, 2023, county sent a notice of violation regarding the violations via first class and certified mail to the subject property. On November 14th, 2023, Environmental Health Department sent a notice of violation to the owner related to the, actually that's the Planning Department, sent a notice of violation to the owner related to the junk violations. On November 17th, 2023, code enforcement performed a site visit and confirmed that the visible violations have not been remedied. On November 30th, 2023, code enforcement posted the subject property notice of proposed abatement of code violations and notice to intent to record a notice of violation on the subject property. Notice sent forth was a final inspection on January 19th, 2024. On December 1st, 2023, code enforcement performed a site visit and confirmed that the visible violations have not been remedied. On October 2nd, 2024, code enforcement sent the owner a final notice related to the abandon, wrecked, and dismantle and/or inoperable vehicles. On June 19, 2024, after received an abatement warrant, the county removed a number of vehicles from the subject property. As of date of this hearing, the building code violations, the unlawful trash and junk, and the dilapidated trailers remain on the subject property. The county did send a notice of this hearing to the owners. The owners received notice to have an opportunity to be heard. The administrative abatement hearing proceedings is required by law. Just note from my side, I was actually working with the property owners up until April, until they decided to not do anything else to it. So this is where we're at, where they've decided they don't want to do any more to the property. So based on the evidence presented at the hearing packet and above reference finding, Administrative Abatement Hearing Board recommends the Board of Supervisors that we adopt and approve the findings of the hearing board and declare that the junk, trash, and building violations existing on the parcel of real property located at 19074 Pine Drive, East Pioneer, to be a nuisance. Order the property owner to abate the nuisance within 30 days by obtaining a demo permit and finalizing the permit, and to remove all junk, trash, and dilapidated trailers. Authorize the code enforcement officer to secure a bid to abate the nuisance if the owner fails to abate the nuisance within the 30 days, and authorize county staff to obtain a court order to inspect the property for compliance and to abate the nuisance at the expense of the property owner, with the county to recover its cost of abatement, including administrative, investigative costs, and attorney fees.
What was the address that you sent the notice to for this meeting?
They have, in the assessor's office, they have it as a Jackson address.
Okay, the owners are not there anymore,
Correct,
and so.
but they have not changed their address, so I send it to what is.
So they didn't really get notification then, per se?
No, well, the first one they did, because I did email them to just let them know that if they did not proceed with working with me, that it would go to a hearing.
Mm-hmm.
So that is when I told them, and that's also when you guys earlier today with the abatement of the vehicles, they got all that notice as well that it was going to go to a hearing, and I haven't gotten any response from them ever since.
Okay, so.
Via email, phone calls, nothing. Yeah.
The only problem I have is just because they're not, nobody's at that address, so nobody official, you didn't get an official notification. So I guess the actual owners are in Texas, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't know what their address is.
Okay.
They did not provide that.
I'm curious why
That would be on, assessor's, APN number, the address of the owner.
It's on the owner to update their address, and they have their current address as an address in Jackson.
And,
where the notice is sent.
okay, so, all right.
But the first notice of them knowing that a hearing was happening, I went ahead and email it to them. And then since then, like I said, they just aren't responding to anything I send to them anymore. But I have sent the notices to the address that they have on the assessor's record.
Okay.
I'm curious, why did they want to stop picking up all the stuff? Because they have to pay for it, or why?
So basically the story was, it's sounding like that, so they have 3 sons. 2 of them no longer live here, 1 does, which was actually occupying one of the RVs that were removed. Most of the stuff that I know of, it sounded like it was his stuff. The son stepped up, the other 2 sons have stepped up to help clean the property. They were cleaning the property. It just got to the point, and then they relied on the 3rd son that's here to actually move forward with the rest of the stuff because they live in Texas. And they just decided I offered in order to help them with the vehicle cost of the RVs and all that stuff. And at that point, moving forward with anything else, with the amount of stuff that was there, they just decided that it was too much money to clean up, so they decided not to do it anymore. And kind of left it on the 3rd son to do it, but he's not.
He doesn't sound like he's too interested in it. It's gotta be. It's kind of a mess.
All the vehicles and the RV are all gone off the property.
Yes.
The only thing that's left is a boat.
There's a boat, there's 2 trailers, there was a home that burned down, but there's the lower section that is not safe, in which we were requesting that they demo that. And then, a whole bunch of junk, because he had, I'll say a makeshift tent attached to the main RV, and so when that RV went out, now it's all over, but we're asking that all of it get removed, even though the trailers technically wouldn't be a violation, but that particular street, as you know, 4 houses down, we had another property with the same situation with squatters and all that stuff, so we're just wanting to eliminate that altogether by just having everything removed off the property.
Is there any members of the public here to speak on this issue? No Zoomers? Looking for action by the board?
Not making any more motions, I made them all.
I'll make a motion to approve the order of administrative abatement of violations as per the findings and recommendation of the, hearing board.
Second. A motion by Axe and a second by Brown. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It carries unanimous. Moving down to item 5E, this is code enforcement discussion of possible action regarding the findings of fact and law made by Administrative Hearing Board on July 18th, 2024, relative to the unpermitted shed, unpermitted structure, and events held on property located at 19841 Markley Mine Road, Philtown, California. This is APN 021-100-071-000.
Okay, last one, right? Yeah.
Last one.
All right, in the matter of Amador County Code Enforcement versus David and Maricruz Garcia. I'm just gonna do the parcel in there. The parcel of the real property in which the county code violation exists is located at 19841 Markley Mine Road in Fiddletown. The owners of record for the subject property are David and Maricruz Garcia. Okay, so on 8/23/23, Amador County Sheriff Department received a complaint from a residential regarding loud music in the early morning hours of 2 a.m. playing from the property. The Sheriff Department did a site check and spoke with Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia stated to the officer that there was an Alcohol Anonymous retreat hosted on the property for the next 3 nights. Mr. Garcia stated to the officer that he would keep the noise down, and the Sheriff Department forwarded the report to Code Enforcement. In addition, Code Enforcement received 3 separate calls from residents regarding this event: illegal camping, gunfire, health hazards, and noise beyond the 10 p.m. in the early morning hours. On 8/29/23, a notice of violation was sent by Code Enforcement by certified mail in first class to the property owner for the noise violations, unpermitted structures, illegal events, occupied trailer, and sewage violations. On 9/12/23, Mr. Garcia came in to speak with the building department to discuss permitting the unpermitted structures. Mr. Garcia provided and showed photos of the unpermitted structures and trailer to the building department. The building department informed Mr. Garcia that he would need to submit plans for both the shed and the prayer room that he is building, and that all construction must stop until permits are issued. The department informed him that the 480 square foot shed needs to be removed from the bricks and that the bed needs to be removed from the sheds. Mr. Garcia agreed to draw up the plans and apply for the permits. He informed the building department that he would be having another meeting event from 9/23/23 to October 1st, 23, and that he had no plans to put a home on the property, but that he wants to use the property to help others with addictions. The department advised Mr. Garcia not to have any more event meetings until the permitting issues were resolved. The department also asked him to email the photos to the building department. The following day, Mr. Garcia did send the emails to the building department of the photos that he did show to the staff. On September 14, 2023, Mr. Garcia sent an email stating that he would like to come in and submit drawings of the structures. On 9/13/2023, Mr. Garcia sent building departments emails of the photos showing the violations in question. On 9/14/2023, Mr. Garcia emailed the building department to confirm the photos have been received. The building department responded back and asked for him to provide photos of the beds removed from the shed and to submit plans for the structure. On 9/17/23, Mr. Garcia did send an email to the building department showing that the beds were removed from the shed. On 9/18, I spoke with Mr. Garcia regarding the notice of violation letter and sent him a follow-up email of our discussion on the phone. On 10/2/23, Mr. Garcia has not made contact with the building department and has not obtained the permits. On October 2nd, 2023, I visited the property for an inspection and no one was present to grant access to verify the violations were removed. On 10/10/2023, a notice of proposed abatement of code violations and notice of intent to record of violations was mailed first class to the property owner and posted on property gate. Final inspection schedule was for November 15th, 2023. On November 15, 2023, I did a site inspection and met with Mr. Garcia at the bottom gate of his property off the road, which was open. Mr. Garcia stated he would need to call his attorney before giving permission to inspect. We discussed the violation and the reasons why he would need to obtain the permits for the unpermitted structures. In addition, we discussed the reasons why I needed to inspect the unpermitted structures and verify that the trailer is unoccupied and how events require use permits through the planning department. Mr. Garcia called his attorney and Isabel Vela answered the phone. Mr. Garcia denied me access for the inspection. I then informed Ms. Vela and Mr. Garcia the next step in the code enforcement process would be to get an inspection warrant, abatement of violations, record violations. If they continue to deny access to the property for an inspection, they again denied access and I left the property and then took a photo on the public right-of-way showing obviously the gate was open. On 1/29/24, a warrant was obtained at the Amador County Court to do an on-site inspection. On 1/30/24, a warrant was mailed first class mail to property owner and posted on property 24 hours prior to the warrant, and photos were taken. At 1/31/24, at 11 a.m., Code Enforcement and Sheriff Deputy Long arrived and inspected the property for the above violations and found the property to be in violation of the following Amador Code sections and California building codes. Amador County Code Section Chapter 9.44 of the Amador County Code regarding public nuisance noise, Amador County Code 14.12.140 health hazards and pollution, Health and Safety Code Substandard Building 17920.3, Health and Safety Code Article 2 sewage and other waste, California Building Code Section 116 unsafe structures and equipment, and the 111 Certificate of Occupancy and Change of Occupancy, and 2019 California Building Code inspection required, and 2019 California Building Code 105.1 permits, and California Building Code 1.841 permits required. Photos were taken. What was found during the inspection is the following. Trailer was locked and no signs of occupancy. Several trailers with tires, 55-gallon drums with trash, building supplies, piles of PVC irrigant lines, cleaning supplies, a wood stove, hose lines, and miscellaneous pieces of wood, and stacks of 4x8 sheets of wood throughout the property. A wooden structure approximately 22 by 20 with 15 4x4 treated posts, 2x6 floor joists without a wooden floor and not permitted and pose a risk of injury due to no floor, and the end of the structure has more than a 5.5-foot drop. A wooden shed more than 100 square foot, approximately 480 square feet, and supported off the ground with cinder blocks. The structure is not to code and not permitted. In the back of the shed is an AC unit installed and a large flat of kitchen and bath tiles. I was unable to confirm the electrical outlet shown in the photos provided by the owner. The shed was locked. A metal shed locked and several wooden structures under the 100 square foot and did not require a permit. Several signs of large wooden shed promoting the Second Amendment action. Evidence found for signs of occupancy and gathering are the following: a fire pit area with canopy and several barbecues, tables, a portable toilet. A wooden shed has portable PA system and a bed set up in it. Several water trailers. Well pump has a wooden structure around it and houses a generator next to it with a hose going towards the permanent water tank. A wooden structure resembling a serving area, countertop with propane tanks. Large propane tanks next to entrance of wooden shed. Carport without canopy and a religious cross on a stump. No forced entry was needed to access the property. The lock was not locked, and no forced entry was needed to access the shed to verify occupancy, since I could see through the windows. And the entrance gate was returned as it was with the chain locked around it. And no one was present, the tenant or owner, at the time of inspection. On 2/6/24, a final notice of proposed abatement of code violation was sent first-class mail via email to David Garcia. Final date for compliance was February 29th of 2024. On 2/6/24, both structures were recorded with the county's recorder office. On 4/21/24, the sheriff department was called out to the property at 6:30 p.m. for loud music. During the conversation between the officer and the group, they were instructed to turn down the music, could be heard beyond the property, and they were using a large speaker system. They informed the officer the sound is irrelevant according to their religious rights. On 6/18/24, administrative abatement hearing, they were sent a notice for this hearing to have their rights. They did show up to the hearing, so I don't know why they're not here today, but, and then Glenn, did you want to do or you want me to go ahead and read what I have?
Good afternoon. Hello. I just wanted to make a slight change to the order that was before you. Yeah. The hearing board, number 2, adopted, we made changes at the hearing, and one was to add that the structure was a prayer room, so that made it into the order. The other one was that as it reads, they are required to cease all future events gathering until a conditional use permit is obtained, and that's in number 2 of the order. But I think that that's too broad, and so what we did at the hearing board was to change that to cease event gatherings that would otherwise require a conditional use permit until such permit is obtained. So we want to make sure that the order that you sign has that language in there. So we would make that change and then bring that back to Supervisor Oneto to sign. And that way, it's not, because the language is a little too broad right now and could potentially infringe on religious events that wouldn't otherwise require a permit. And so this would make it clear that if you're doing something that would require a conditional use permit, you've got to get a conditional use permit. So that's the reason for the change.
Does that have to be part of the motion?
No, just the motion would say adopt the order, the order for administrative abatement of violations, and consistent with the findings that are in the hearing board recommendations. With
others, yeah.
With the change.
Glenn, since you're up here, you don't think their claim of constitutional rights on their religious rights has any merit because the buildings are not permitted and creating a safety hazard?
Yeah, I don't think it has. The law is RLUIPA, and if the county is putting a substantial burden on them or discriminating against them, then you have a potential violation. But we're just simply asking them to do what we ask everybody to do.
Yeah, and I go to church try to go every Sunday, and I wouldn't want to go into a structure that's not permitted and safe.
Are they considering this a regular religious, building or use building, or is it just kind of a one-time thing? This is their belief in their having a service there? Because if it's like a church, don't you have to have a permit and, for that kind of building, for that kind of, you can't just.
Any
build it
building
anywhere?
that's going to be occupied, yes, you do have to have a building permit, and then the fact that
Well,
there's,
beyond that, if it's a place of worship, don't you have to have,
you still have to have, yes,
you can't just necessarily put it in a neighborhood, can you?
no, you still gotta get a building permit and follow the codes, and then also, if they are to use that structure, they are required to get a conditional use permit, because they are using a structure.
The fire department inspects it every so often too.
Yeah. But as the structure stands now, the building department will not approve that because there is no solid foundation. It's on concrete blocks. And they need to demo it and then rebuild it by submitting plans to get it approved. Because as it is now, that will never get approved on how it's built. So since we only did one of them, so we're asking that you adopt and approve the findings of the hearing board, declare the unpermitted shed, unpermitted structure, and gatherings or events held on the property exist on the parcel located at 19841 Markley Mine Road, Fiddletown, California, to be a nuisance. Order the property owner to abate the nuisance within 30 days by obtaining a demo permit for the unpermitted structure that we call the prayer room. And then what he said about the gatherings, that would require.
Yeah, to cease all events that would otherwise require a use permit until a use permit is obtained.
But all that's in the order for administrative abatement of violations?
Yeah.
We don't need to make that as part of the.
Yeah.
Okay.
That part's not in it.
That part's not in there, so it would be adoption of the order consistent with the way the order reads in the hearing board packet.
Okay.
And then secure the shed from occupancy by boarding up all the windows and door until a permit is obtained for the shed and the electrical, and remove beds, and shed must be used for storage purposes only. And authorize the code enforcement officer to secure a bid to abate the nuisance. If the owner fails to abate the nuisance within 30 days, authorize the county staff to obtain a court order to inspect the property for compliance and abate the nuisance at the expense of the property owner, with the county to recover its cost of abatement, including administrative, investigative costs, and attorney fees.
Basically cease all events that would otherwise need a use permit. That's that language that needs to be basically, we can adopt that language as part of the motion. That would need to have that. Or along with, order for administrative abatement and a nuisance and.
If you got a use permit, the use permit going to look at structures that would conceivably be used?
Yes, they'll have to note everything that they're gonna do detailed in there. So if they are gonna use a prayer room or whatever, that obviously is gonna need to be inspected by the building department or whatever. So they'll get all the departments that need to be within that conditional use permit to get approval.
Use permit is not going to allow them to just skirt the order for abatement.
No. No matter what, whether they do events or not, the shed is unpermitted and the prayer room is unpermitted. They either need to get permits or, like I said, we secure it, but the prayer room would need to be abated and demoed. That wouldn't be able to stay.
So the use permit that I'm talking about is just for the events,
right?
Not for the structures. So the structures would also need to be permitted.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, though. You have to assume if they're going to have events, the structures are probably going to be used.
And that would certainly come up in the process.
Okay.
I don't see any members of the public. Any members of the public here? None. No Zoomers. I guess we're looking for a motion.
Okay,
I'll move to adopt the order for administrative abasement of violations, consistent with the language that was adopted by the hearing board.
And did the hearing board have, that language about seasonal events? Glenn?
Well, what's in the
Glenn?
board packet?
What, I'm sorry.
Did the hearing board's, findings have, that language as far as seasonal events?
Yes,
Okay,
that came up.
Yes, we did.
okay, just wanted to make sure. Motion by Forrester, second by
Second.
Brown. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimous, and thank you. And
I'll bring that corrected one to you a little bit.
yeah, okay. Yeah, actually, if you want, I got the 4 here for you too. So adjourn until August 27, 2024 at 9 o'clock in the morning, AM. Thank you.